What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another Modstream. I got Veeq here. What's up?
Hello.
Welcome. So that was a long-ass fucking wait, but it's because we were talking shit about all you guys watching. No, we were talking about what we're going to be doing. So first up is I'm going to do some audio-visual work for the Gorgoleth, and I even sent Veeq something to do, so he's not just sitting here doing nothing watching me fucking work because I forget to tell him to do stuff, so that's pretty goofy. I don't even think I downloaded the file from you yesterday. Yeah, because I wasn't back on my computer when you sent it.
So right, should I actually combine those BMPs into one, or?
If you want to just like import them into PyGRP and then export them as a frame set, you could do that.
Why wouldn't that destroy pixels?
Only if you save it as an actual GRP.
Oh, okay.
Is there a reason why you fucking destroyed the team colors? Or is that just a mask?
You have, it's a mask to help you actually recolor it.
Oh, I think it's fine as it is. Maybe it needs to be a little bit darker around these edges, but I can just like copy and paste that basically. All right, so this is the spire gradient even in use? Oh, it is. I'm just playing around here trying to find the... You did a ton of adjustments, so... Oops. I actually don't think it needs to be modified that much. It looks pretty good, I think.
Should I also add the teleport frames, or?
I don't even know what those... Oh, hold on. The teleport frames just look like a more involved work animation, don't they? Let me take a look again, if I can find my folder. Oh, yeah, those are a little weird. I guess that could be used. Yeah, we could probably still use that as a work animation. Also, the good thing about this graphic is that you really don't need to mess around too much with it as far as making it look like it's actually on the ground. We would just need to cut this frill on the right. Like, mask it all the way up. So I can take care of that later. But... yeah. Oops.
Looks like I can't actually import the teleport ones because they are 1 pixel wider for some reason.
Yeah, that's a classic. There's always all those stupid things associated with the, like, weird limitations with these programs where they won't... like, SFGRP conv just doesn't import it correctly. If it's above 256 pixels, instead of throwing an error, it just says, oh yeah, everything is fine. And then you try to open it in PyGRP, and it's like, this is corrupted. And then there's, like, PyGRP, or SFGRP conv doesn't import it correctly if it's... like the numbers are not in sequence. So if it's like, if you have 10 files, but they don't go from 0 to 9, it just fucks it up. So that's cool. Like, it just imports blank files. Wow. It's pretty nice.
I'm not even sure how would I resize those, because...
you could just canvas it, I think. You don't have to resize it.
I would have, because some of the animation parts are actually wider, so there's like that dust animation that's outside of the usual canvas.
So, well, give me a sec here because I'm still fiddling with this, trying to see if I can make it a bit orangier. Yeah, cool. What do you think of this? I'll zoom in a bit more so you can see. So this is like the original is a little bit more muted, and then I've been able to add some orange.
Yeah, I think it's fine. A little bit better.
I'm not sure about the team
You
color
can
in the
also
middle.
adjust the opacity of the layers, because not all of them are like 100%.
Yeah, I see like
so.
the color variation one is like 25. Oh, yeah, that works out. Of course, I tried 33 at first because 3. Looks like Iquare was able to avert his crisis. Very nice. All right. Cool. Okay, so now that I've done this, I think I can quickly pop into the... Well, I'll take this out. Oh, wait, I'll take both of these out. They're not in the right folder. Okay. Okay. Oh, man. Wait. So let me just test this in game real quick, and then I'll pop into the Cascath Cavern and take a look at that. You know, on second thought, I'm wondering about the... I think the team color ends up working out okay, but maybe I could use a little bit more variation on some of the interior parts. But I'm wondering about the little yellow ends, because yeah, it seems to clash a little bit with the rest of the graphic. I might try making them like red or something. Let me see. But I do think that overall it's an improvement. So thanks for spending the time on it. Definitely
Yeah,
feels
no
a bit more
problem.
like, you know, an actual reasonable graphic. It's like a faded red. I don't know if that'll work actually. I'll try that. I do wish it wasn't so asinine to convert between these two programs, since we need to use both SFGRP conv and the other one, IGRP. Oh man. Whatever, it's fine. I feel like that's a bit better. Though I don't actually know if the collision is set up correctly. It actually seems fine. I think I just copied the Spire's collision. And it just wiggles a little faster right now. I think what could be really epic is if we ended up giving it a... Oh, I don't have a cancel button on that. If we ended up giving it some sort of, like, pulsing glow on the tendrils, like a flow or something like that, where they... I don't know, we'd have to stick it up with the animation. So it's a lot of work. It's probably not worth it for a placeholder, but I think it's just something we could keep in mind anyway. Okay, so let's take a look at these. All right, so I see what you're saying about the teleporting frames or whatever, in that they're moving around a lot. Starts at 2. And presumably lasts until here, so we'll just open this up. Hi, how are you, Mutas Dozen? Hydra's Dozen. You ready for Fraud Night later today? Alright, so I think that's fine, which means we should just do that and save. Okay, it's good enough for me for now. This is where things are going to get much sillier. So what do we have to do here? It looks like 13 to the left and 6 down. Oh. 7 down. Okay. Yeah, the little puff of smoke that it has is definitely not going to play right with the palette. We'll have to edit that out. But if I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, then it should be good. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so this is 12 left, 6 down. I don't know if there is a way to automate this process, by the way, but I'm pretty sure there is not. This is 11 and 5. It looks like it is going in that sort of angle, so I guess we could just do that. Oop. Hold on. Let's check where we are at now. Alright, so this one goes up and to the right by 1 pixel. And we kind of jostled everything around over here, it looks like. So I think 17 needs to go down 1 pixel. Yeah, I don't know, it's kind of a mess. Forla needs to go to the left ones, I think. Uh, 2 and 3 both need to go. Oops. There you go. 5 should go to the left. 1, 6 twice. 7 twice. 8 twice. Alright. Alright, so 10 is left once. 11 is left twice. 12 is 3. I guess 13 is up 1 and left. I don't know, I'll do 13 after. Hold on. Thirteen is like up and left once, I guess. I don't know, this might be more than that. Yeah, I think it's like up and left twice. That looks like it was only up once. I guess 14 might just be off center for perpetually or something. So I think that's fine now as far as them being the same orientation, right? So now we can just fix the... Oh, size was there? Oh no, I need dimensions, right? So we have the biggest being 144, or sorry, 146 by 172. How come it's cutting everything in half? What the hell? Why? Oh, it didn't get saved somehow? Let's try that one again. Okay, it's working now. What time? It is the same time every Saturday, 3:30, because 3. Hope to see you there, but either way, hope you have a good time with the wife. Alright, let's see how these play ball. Oops, I actually deleted one frame. Oops. Oh, you sent me something. I kind of like the brown front like plating or whatever. I'm not as sure about the backside though. It definitely looks washed out. So we could either make the brown front plating like brighter and the back darker, or we could keep it as it is but make the back more less washed out, I guess. I just don't know which would be more logistically simple. But anyway,
I can try doing
I sent you an
the.
actual VMP of everything, so
Yeah, no. I'll
might
fix it.
you might be able to make use of it then. I just haven't fully prepped it. All right. So I guess I didn't actually convert some of these, but that's okay. Oh yeah, delete that for now. Delete that for now. Okay, so we have a new Gorgoleth apiary graphic. We have a new... Oh, I haven't modified the Gorgoleth graphic itself yet. So what I'm going to do is find the lurker, or sorry, guardian birth in here. Images, oops. Over here in images, actually. So this is... Apparently this is part of the zergcocoon.grp. Okay. So if I find mpq zerg cocoon.grp. So 16 onward. Gotcha. So this is actually way more trivial than I expected, because what we have here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 frames that I actually need to do. One of them is just the basic frame for the Gorgoleth itself, and one of them is an egg that's about to hatch. And we could probably get away with very minimal editing for like the first 2 frames. I don't actually think most of these are going to be that challenging, and I might even be able to just mask out the Guardian in the final frame that needs editing and replace it with the Gorgoleth, but obviously underneath the main layer so that we still have that egg goop on it, or I could just recreate it from some other source. Just got to remember that this is actually a graphic that will be being played relatively, quickly, so it's okay if there are some imperfections, particularly considering the fact that the graphic itself is placeholder, so we don't really want to worry too much about that. Let me find my Hydra, Zerg, Gorgoleth graphic. We're going to take this this frame right here, and then just so that I have a nice sample size, I'm going to take a couple of frames where it has the blades extended. And I'll keep that open in case I need any more samples. Hey, looking, well, certainly yellow. Looking more like a little less washed out, though, that's for sure. I wonder if you can pivot to a more orangey brown for the front and like almost like a green, a dark.
Yeah, the problem we have here is that if I recolor the front, it also recolors the shadows in the background, so in the back.
Okay. Well, let's see how that works, because like a more orangey brown Well, I think that you already have the brown. So here, I'll show it on my main screen. So you already have the brown set up in a appropriate tone and shading. I think it's the highlights of the brown, the front frills here. They're plating.
Yeah, that's also shared with the back. So.
Right. Okay. So, and making a mask would be pretty. I mean, you could do it for one and then just copy and paste it to the others. It's more menial labor. But what I think we could do here is like the default color of the Ultralisk Cavern, it has that like flesh tone white, which I guess is more accentuated over here on the highlights or whatever. It has the white flesh tone thing, and then it has green as like its predominant color, which sets it apart. So I'm wondering if maybe that would be something that we could accentuate here in the back, perhaps, because that's like the main body of the graphic, I think. So that could definitely work, but I don't know if, you know, how possible it would be. What's up, Alexander? Hey, it's a work in progress. Check it out. So, oh, check that out. We're gonna need to change something up here. Just give us 40 more pixels. See, I'm not sure if it'll remain center is my concern. So, like, how many... What was the... Oh, I should have kept that open, but whatever. I'm looking for, like, the individual frame. Of the... So what is this? 96 by 96. So rather than the canvas that we just did... So because it's 96 by 96, what is the definition of the Gorgoleth graphic here? Hello? Windows? Display media information idiot. It's 140 by 96. So the 7 frames, 7 times 140 is 980.
I think it could work with the greens.
What the fuck? Did I do a typo at the end there, or? Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, interesting. I think you'd probably have to use those greens as on the highlights as well, like brighter, whiter tone greens. Because like the yellow on the front and bottom is definitely out of place now. But yeah, I definitely think that it worked out pretty well. That's some good shit.
You mean the highlights are too dark, or?
No, I'm talking about the highlights on the bottom where it's like really bright. Everything that's yellow needs to be green or brown, basically. So we have like a more two-tone color, and we can have like great gradations of those two colors for sure. But I like where it's going. I don't think the Casmal Colony is a good option to work on right now. That's what I think. We want the width here. So we have 22? Or no, 26? 27. And then 12. All right. I don't know, man. I'm just going to roughly line this shit up here because I don't think it matters as much for this. And we'll make adjustments in game as we see it in action. One side of his head have team color. Your guess is as good as mine. That's like that in the base graphic too. And it's a placeholder, so I'm not doing the work to fix that. Oh, we actually need another. Did I miscount? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, never mind. I know what happened. That one wasn't supposed to be there.
So what do you think about this iteration?
Well, we're going to remove the frill at the bottom, so that's fine. The back is still yellow, so you could either brown or green it. Or maybe white, like those flesh tone white things from the Ultralisk Cavern. I guess you also need to make the main plating some sort of brown, like the first... There's 3 plates. One of them is like the mouth. So I guess that one has to be de-yellowed as well. But yeah, it's looking good. Zerg unit striking and melee like Zergling or Ultralisk? Yeah. I mean, it's a melee unit. So, it's pretty cool. Maybe DF would be interested in doing your Firegraph stuff sooner than us, but eventually we can probably help you if that's what it needs to be done. Okay, so... close that. And yeah, as far as Zoe things, there's tons of stuff. So the issue with the Chasma Colony is that it basically needs a new engine to be implemented properly. We need a new engine for the artery system that it generates, where it connects to nearby units. And we need a new system for... we just need a ton of, like, orders and stuff for it, I think, if I'm not mistaken. It's just not likely to work properly, in my opinion. Yeah, I was suggesting to brown it more than green it, but so that it's more in line with the top, with the other 2 frills. You could also make it, well, I guess the interior of the mouth should probably be either green or white, and it looks like it's already green, so. And there's still some other yellow highlights on the tusks that are sticking out that have a little bit of team color on them, and then obviously on the back with these spikes and whatnot. So those could be browned or greened.
I don't know how to make them brown, but
The same
they
way
don't
you made
really look
the front plating. What do you mean?
Yeah, but if I would do that, it would destroy the plating. So
It would destroy the existing brown plating if you made more
yeah,
plating brown.
because this is a gradient, and I guess I could try modifying the original graphic, but that would.
Why
I
don't
would
you
have
just
to
make a
repeat
copy
that.
of the gradient map and that you're using for
Because
brown?
that would still affect the brown parts.
If you make a copy of the gradient map that's being used for the browns and you use that.
Yeah, because the map is actually affecting both the yellows and the browns. So
Well, I thought you set it up so that it would only be one gradient map at a time. I'm not really sure why you connected the two.
Yeah, I tried doing that, but that didn't really help.
Well, I'll take a look at it later on anyway. Okay.
So how much was one frame, like in size?
Of the Cascade Cavern?
Yeah.
146 by 172.
Thank you.
I don't understand what happened here. Oh, I guess I was doing the wrong thing. Probably too much on the second arm for it to... Oh. Dude. Why doesn't it let me be precise? I am wondering why the... Oh, I guess I should do this. I'm wondering why the graphic has stuff like the... What's it called? The Guardians tendrils or claws or lobster shit or whatever the fuck it's got going on. They almost like just spaz out. I guess it's supposed to be like frantically trying to get out of the egg, but it seems a little odd. Oh, you know what? I think we can probably add in one of the other G's. Was it G3 that I had? That was the more vertical ones. Yeah, I'm hoping that we can get better placeholders in general. I think Five Nations stuff is pretty good. I don't know if you've looked at that much, Iquare. But I also recognize that it's mostly aircraft, so it's not super useful for infantry and whatnot.
So what was the width again?
170 or what? Wait, 146 by 172. So yeah, this isn't going as terribly lengthily as I expected it to. I guess we can like throw that over there for now. I think they're just the ones from Sen or maybe Toddborn. If you can tell me which ones specifically, I can look at it. I haven't looked at that mod in forever, so it's hard for me to remember off the top of my head. Come on, get out. I guess I should probably restart Photoshop at this point because it's lagging so hard and it's threatening to crash again. I might have to start messing around with Kryta just because that's what a few people have recommended to me as far as trying to make the experience of editing 2D images a bit more reasonable. I admittedly don't do a whole lot of that, but when I do, it would be nice. Yeah, it's definitely all these imperfections you notice when you're looking at this at a much closer angle. That I've certainly never paid too keen attention to before. Some cell stuff could definitely be used. Well, some. You'd have to probably like recolor it a lot and mess around with it, but I think it could work out. Alright, so here's where we drop the G and G2, and we're gonna go ahead and grab the G over here. Move it in that direction. So that we have a nice frame of reference for... what's going on here. Alright, here we'll throw the G underneath this. Oh, actually, I guess we should delete that. Move that over here. Wait, what's layer 12? Oh, it goes in there. think we're gonna have to pose this guy a little bit. Some epic lag from Photoshop as usual. Ahmed air unit and ground cannon unit. Ground cannon. I think I used the drive-by. Wasn't a cannon unit, I don't think. Oh, you know what we can do to this guy is we can shrink his head some. All right, and then because it definitely feels like we're missing some goop. Go ahead and start adding that over here, if possible. I think specifically his skull should still be coated in it. There's some still on his blades over there. Okay. Not sure how convincing that will be, but it's better than not having anything at all, so. So for this, we have 7 frames, right? Yeah. And we'll go ahead and import those 7 frames here. I guess the other thing we should do is import the... Okay. This could probably be moved up a few pixels. It is a bit of a sudden burst out, but I think that's okay. So it lines up there. I also wanted to get a frame from the... Yeah, just an idle frame from the cocoon here. Because I'm curious. Oh yeah, we're way off. So the cocoon normally is like... Well, we'll figure it out. Hold on. I think something has really fucked up the frame preview, but hopefully that's fine. Hello? There we go. Why is Windows such shit at displaying information on mouse over? I don't get it. Okay, so here we have comparison. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11 and 5. 11 to the right, 5 top. To the top. Yeah, that was my suspicion too, but I didn't know what to make of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now we do the we really only need to shift a little bit here. I am wondering what the fuck does the individual frame look like for this anyway? How? Is that even possible? Oh, it's 96 in here. Okay. So what do we have here? We have this graphic being, looks like it should be like up and to the left a bit more or something. We had 1 month in the previous full toilet. I don't want to worry too much about having a crazy number of custom units and races and all that when we don't have the maps to back it up yet. I mean, Hydra's already pretty distant from the default, so I think that's fine too. So somehow this one, well, I guess all of them need to be moved over. Okay, so now we have this one being too far. And that one also being too far. Don't want to overcorrect here. Can't believe how much time it takes Photoshop to even save the fucking thing at this point. Holy memory leak. Okay. I think that's good. Close this for now. And oops, minimize that. I think it'll be the last full toilet, yeah. Well, I mean, we'll still do map craps and stuff in the new engine, but it'll be probably be the last Brood War full toilet. As Veeq points out, it would be epic in the new engine. As long as I can complete the content in it, everything is fine.
So do you have any like custom behaviors that you would still want to implement today? I guess we can experiment with scout changes, but
That's what I was initially thinking, yeah. I'm not really 100% sure. I'm going to take a look at your recolor after I set up the Gorgoleth. Oh, I gotta wrap around, don't I? Yeah, I also like it quite a bit. It feels much more reasonable now. $16. And I don't know if 3 months is enough for 7 maps of Deliverance, but considering we're only the first full week of August ends today, and we have 2 whole months and 3 more weeks in this month, and we're already almost at the point where we're testing the first map. I mean, things are going pretty well. We've been doing a lot of work, so I have high hopes, but also understand it is a time constraint. It will sneak up on us if we're not careful. I think we should look to be done with, like, in the testing phase for 2 of the maps by the end of this month, because that also means that we'll have done a huge amount of work on the game state, and then hopefully we can get like 4 maps done in the next month, at least in testing phase, and then we can clean up the last map and do all the polishing and all that stuff in the entire, like, leave the basically the last map and all of the polishing for the final month. I think that would be the most intelligent way to do it. At least that's the most realistic and intelligent way to do it, I think, in 3 months, but we'll see where we go. As far as suggestions for creating unit wireframes, because I was trying to see if I missed any questions from you, iQuare. I have no suggestions. I suck at it. You just got to try a lot, and it's a very time-consuming job. DF also hates it, for what it's worth. So I wonder if I should actually have added these frames to the Cocoon graphic and just, I think maybe that would be the most sensible thing, actually. Yeah, I might do that. I don't know how they did Devourer. I guess that's its own thing or whatever. but it's still the same ISIDs for 17. Oh. I guess I don't know how to specify the entry? Because I can't go into the DAT files. Where are they? I can't go into units.dat and go into construction and specify an entry that doesn't exist, right? So that's a problem. Shit, I didn't even think about that. Fuck. Thinking. All right, well, I got to use the bathroom right now, but so Veeq, we're talking about doing those scout changes. You mentioned the potential to turn them into more of like a similar to a wraith or a mutalisk in terms of their combat role, but I still think that they should have a. I'm kind of torn because the implementation where they have the antimatter missiles as their attack for everything, and then maybe we somehow tweak their DPS, but also keep their cost and old supply cost as well. I mean, I feel like that would be enough to push them in the right direction. It's just that they would definitely have the power more associated with something like a Corvette from what we were talking about before, as opposed to or like a gunboat as opposed to an actual fighter. So the question is, do we want to actually make them a fighter? I mean, they are named Scout, which I know is a misnomer, but do we want to have them be a fighter, or do we want to have them be a Corvette, like, or a gunboat or something like that? Like, what would be the more appropriate thing there? I mean, Interceptor is kind of the fighter of the Protoss army, which is obviously very different than the other ones. I guess Corsairs are kind of fighters as well. I mean, they're definitely air fighters.
I still feel like going scouts, given how much they cost, wouldn't be that good.
Really?
Like,
with the antimatter missile change targeting ground? You saw they fucking dude, you won against 12 Goliaths with 12 scouts, you only lost 3. That's 3, man.
Right, but like scouts were still much pricier, so I think it's actually like still not cost effective to use them. So
I think it would change a huge amount about how they operate. I mean, you saw how fucking insanely powerful they were against buildings.
Yeah, they would be a little bit they would be better, but like
I think they would be significantly better, and I also think that yeah, I don't know. I think it would be a huge change to them. So
yeah, I know, but like I honestly like would rather see them in the fighter role, like you were describing. But
I think we should just have a new unit for a fighter role then. Because you remember when I was talking about how I wanted to add like 2 to 3 new, somewhere between Corvette and Destroyer, like some class like that. I want to add a couple of those, but if we push the Scout into a Corvette role, then we can actually have a new unit take the place of the Scout. Have you be able to build the Scout, this new unit, and the Corsair from the get-go as soon as you build your Stargate, or maybe the Scout will require. I don't want it to require a fleet beacon because it seems a little silly. So yeah, I think that would be the play. And then we make carriers, fleet beacon, Stargates. Like then it makes sense to replace the Scout as well with the Exemplar later on because you're replacing a Corvette with a Corvette, and then instead of a fighter with a Corvette, you know what I mean? And then the fighter craft would be like, okay, this is the quintessential fighter craft, you know? So
would we rename their name though?
I think we would have to. It doesn't make any fucking sense to call them a Scout, particularly since they're a Corvette. So
I don't know, honestly.
It's a very aggressive change, like you were describing yesterday. It's a very aggressive change to completely overhaul the units. I mean, go as far as to edit their name, but also to
I
change
think it's
their.
needed though. Like
Yeah.
we should do something to scouts because they are like are underused.
Well, it's not even that they're underused. It's just that like them being underused is not the problem. It's like a symptom of the issue, and the issue is that the scouts themselves are just not interesting units. They don't occupy a really useful niche. I mean, they do now in Hydra a little bit more because people are using battle cruisers more. People are using carriers more. People are using these like large fleets more often, and even like regular air units like wraiths and stuff. So you're actually seeing a way where scouts would situationally become more interesting to do, more interesting to use, but I think what we could do is we could get a new fighter unit. We wouldn't call it a scout. For one, it would be confusing to have a new unit that has that old unit's name. For another, the scout is a stupid name. Even if it was an actual scouting unit, it's stupid to call a unit scout. Like that's so stupid. That's so boring and like where's the thematic? Like you think Zealot and Templar, Archon, like these are names that have a certain amount of power fantasy associated with them, and you can kind of live that out with the way that you use the unit. The Scout, with our changes, will be more exciting, more damage impactful. Like it'll definitely be more cost efficient, and it will also generally be like like a Corvette or some sort of warship, as opposed to or a gunboat, as opposed to just a fighter craft that is like really overpriced, right? So we have the opportunity then to reinvent its power fantasy that people would associate with it. So instead of Scout, we could call it something else. I'm not sure what yet. I'll have to think about that when I get back. But
So do we actually make last orders affect the fighter unit we would be adding?
I think it would make more sense just because you're having more of those units, and that would feel like a late game upgrade for that unit. We still should figure out whether Last Orders even works or not. I think the unit just keeps getting shot out of the sky before it actually lands and does damage, but I'm not sure. The other problem is that we can't really visually indicate what's happening because, as far as I understand, it's not possible to lower the elevation level of a unit, or it doesn't do anything visually. So I guess we could set the vertical position to a really low number if we can even set it to negative numbers in iScript. We could have like a special block of iScript that would be like replace the unused graphic or unused entry, one of the entries that are free in the iScript headers, and have that just set vert pause all the way down to like -18 or whatever the graphic needs.
Right.
And that would be the way to indicate that it's actually being lowered. But I don't actually know if you can set vert pause to a negative value. I think I've only seen 0, 1, and 2. I'm not sure. So, how good scouts are against Gorgoleths? They destroy Gorgoleths. Gorgoleths steal concussive, so they rip through the shields and then do nothing. I mean, I guess they'll be doing splash. So if you get enough of them and they have enough energy, maybe they work, but probably not. I mean, you have to be pretty brain dead with your scouts. All right, so that got me thinking. We're gonna think about scout, new name, new role. I mean, it's kind of the same role, but like more defined, and new position in the tech tree. Insofar as it's like you still build it as soon as you get the Stargate, but it's more of a dedicated like Corvette class now. And now we got to also start thinking about the new fighter that we might be adding. There's a couple options we can use from the Athrael race in Five Nations. I don't know, Veeq, if you want to troll through the graphics and see if you can find one that looks the part of a fighter that we might be able to recolor the green away into some sort of brown trim or something to make it more.
Okay, so which faction were you actually talking about?
It's the Athrael. It's ATH in the folder structure. Oh yeah, Corsairs are also light units, I'm pretty sure. Or if they're not, they should be. Let me see. They might be large, which would be pretty embarrassing. Oh, they're medium. I feel like the Corsairs can be light. Small. I think the new unit could also be that way too. What is Scout? Scout is large, right? Okay. Okay. We have CMD icons from DF. What a nice gentleman.
I don't actually see any unit that would. And maybe this one, but it's like weird.
Glad you sent me the fucking inverted whale or whatever that is. Yeah, that's probably the one that like makes the most sense in terms of size. I guess you can check the Cylon and Thorin, THO and SYL. You can check those races and see if you find any that could be recolored potentially. I imagine Cylons might have something useful, but I'm not sure. They have the giant shark. That's about all I know, though. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom, get some water, do some other shit. So give me like 5 minutes or so, and I'll return with some more work. iQuare, if you could take a look at allowing me to select to data rewrite a unit's construction graphic, that would be really nice because that's what I need for the Gorgoleth. So, yeah, BRB. You.
You.
So apparently, I didn't save the config that was supposed to rewrite the Gorgoleth apiary to use the new graphic. So how the fuck is it using the new graphic? Is what I want to know. Hey. Wowie Windows. I thought I did write 148 and then the flingy. So maybe I just undid my changes or something. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I wrote that at some point. Two, two, four. Oh, I wrote it in for... Yeah, I wrote it in for the wrong thing. That's why. That explains everything. Okay. So I guess we're jumping ahead into the Protoss Scout stuff. I'm trying to figure out a good like just a good name for a scout type unit, so that we can use it for the fighter. It's really weird that they decided to name the Protoss Corsair after a bird that's on Earth. I don't get that one. But I guess they also named a bunch of shit like that. Like Praetor is Roman rank or something. So they didn't really come up with anything new, per se. All right, I'm gonna build the concept real quick. First of all, we should figure out what exactly we're changing the scout to. But
I don't know.
another thing we'll have to figure out is whether or not the scout will have a movement speed upgrade still, or whether we'll just, since it's going to be the same price, but obviously much more powerful in terms of its anti-ground damage, should we gate it by making it like slightly faster from the get-go, but never giving it a movement speed upgrade? Not sure. That would remove all of its upgrades, because since we're moving the last order's one to the other unit, so we would definitely need to come up with some sort of replacement.
I think it's fine for it to have the speed upgrade, because in contrary, we have exemplars who are slower but have bigger range. So
yeah, true. If you're making a dichotomy between the two corvettes there, that makes sense. Well, I came up with the name for the fighter unit, Aurora, which is like a, I think it's a Latin word or something, but it's when you have that. I'm sure you've probably heard of it. It's like the Aurora Borealis, the green lights in the sky and stuff. It's a reference to light. My thought process is this is actually going to be a scout type craft. So if it's shedding light on something, or if it's scouting something, that you can make the connection there.
Yeah, I think could work. So we could use the other attack Scout had for the unit.
Yep, I'm thinking that they use that for both air and ground.
Yeah, I also thought about that. So, what do you think? Maybe concussive or?
Probably, and then one of the things is, if you remember yesterday, I suggested the idea of the, like, creating a trail as an upgrade. It could create a trail. This would probably only work on ground units, but if you attacked an air unit, it would probably create the trail underneath. Like if it was a series of hits or whatever. Maybe it would just be a series, and one extra hit would appear behind it, some sort of Gatling upgrade. And so even air units that are on top of ground units would potentially be, sharing the damage there. But that's just my first thought. I'm not really sure if it makes sense.
I'm not sure if we have any worthwhile graphic for the Aurora. So I was thinking maybe we could because we probably would find something for the scout unit instead, right? So
No, I think the scout will keep its graphic. We need something smaller, which is why I was saying that the legitimate suggestion you had, not the fucking inverse whale snail thing, could potentially work.
Yeah, it could, but it doesn't really feel like a Protoss unit. So
Well, it just needs some recoloring, I think. But anyway, did you end up looking through some of the other options?
yeah, but I haven't found anything. So
Dude, why is there a look at this, dude? They made a fucking golf cart. Why did they make a golf cart?
yes,
I guess it's the back of the golf cart is supposed to be the front of the unit, but I don't know what they were thinking. Could use this potentially, but it's got that weird tendril thing sticking out. I don't know.
Wanna become famous?
Oh shit! I can become famous? Construction image support. Dude, you're the man. Oh fuck. Dude, let's just use this. It's the sentry. Not doing that.
That could be Sumerian worker though.
What, the sentry?
Yeah, I think.
Dude, check out my robotics facility from Starcraft 2. Why is that a unit? Get out of here, you. Oh, that's tiny. Oh, this is another building.
It's a spinner thrower.
Oh shit, dude, the spinner gets a fucking... I mean, the whatever this is gets a giant turret that looks comically oversized. Alright. Let's take a look over here. I still think that we might be able to use one of these Cylon units, but it's definitely hard to recolor them. So
Maybe with the more sophisticated progress, like all I learned for the thing, maybe we could actually make some better recolors for those.
Yeah. Trying to remember which one. I honestly don't mind this. It's just that the highlights are really strong in some cases. And it's a little weird vertically, but... Wait, why can't we just use this? Is it too tiny? Too goofy?
Are we doing fucking Hornets from UDAP?
They're not from UEDIP. Hornets are from the Reaver Menace.
Oh, right, yeah. I forgot the Necron actually copied it.
How about this bulb? That looks more like a utility unit. Maybe this could be the Clarion, actually. Instead of the circular one.
This is Scarab, dude.
Spin. What is going to happen to the observatory? I think we'll convert it into a new structure that will be more like some sort of extra utility structure for the warp relay, maybe, or some sort of like extended upgrade structure for stuff like that. I don't know. Not really able to come up with an immediate name for the scout, unfortunately. It's funny that I can't believe he just copy and pasted a unit from another mod. What a guy. Honestly, I think we might be able to try this one. I mean, is your objection with it related to the actual model or just the colors?
Both, I guess.
Should we see if it'll be any better with another set of colors? What do you think? Or should we
I can
try?
try recoloring it, but I feel like it's like Sylvette is not really fitting the Protoss faction, so
Yeah, well, it's definitely different architecture. Unfortunately, I don't think we have any other spacecraft sources. That would fit the bill here. I was definitely thinking of this as a Terran destroyer type. Like, step up above wyverns and stuff, but below battlecruisers. I can't imagine this being recolored at all because it's all gray basically, but it also probably really silhouette wise does not work. I was thinking of this though, because this is like much simpler and still very small. It's just that I don't know how you can recolor it. So. The fuck? We're looking for a light Protoss craft. This is a Kipash I'm dying. Oh. Impact of power. I didn't even look for that. I feel like its colors are way out of whack in terms of the lighting. This also seems like it would be bulkier than the Scout. Like it's much thicker, so I don't know if it would really work. But I guess there's not really much else. Okay. Yeah, this is also too big. Oh, wait. That's not what I need to do here. Well, this isn't going to be useful for what we need, but maybe somebody else will find some use for it. Or maybe we'll use it for another type of craft in the future. Not yet. I'm actually, thank you for reminding me, because do these need to be resaved or something? Yeah, of course they do. Yeah, I think you actually asked me to change this at some point. Or convert it. Along with the command shuttle, but I didn't get around to it. I was just looking in my folder there. And I'm setting up my new computer today after Fraud Night, and I am looking forward to using Photoshop in that thing instead of in this thing. It's so fucking slow to process stuff like this for some reason. So obviously it will still need... hold on. Where's number... Wait, do we even have... Where the fuck is the other frame? We're missing a frame, boys. Somebody extracted this with a missing frame, baby. It's okay. To just duplicate it that way, I guess. And if somebody comes up with that missing frame, we can always use it in the future. And I still need to do the team color for it, obviously, but that'll be later. Maybe I'll come up with some sort of fix for it. Or some such thing. Alright. So hard for me to come up with a name for this guy for some reason. Classic move. Hi.
Hey.
So you're still arguing in favor of the scout graphic itself being a fighter?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm not really sure about it because the scout is. I feel like there should probably be a subclass, like some sort of class of fighter that's between scout and interceptor. You can kind of say that the Corsair is like that, like graphically speaking, but I feel like there's got to be something else that we could use. I don't know if you saw. Oh wait, no, yeah, you were the one who sent me that. I was looking through some of the other graphics that we have in here, like the. For example, there's this graphic from that I'm using for the whatever it's called, the exemplar currently. And then there's this one that's a little bit bigger. We're gonna have a new graphic for the exemplar, so we could use the other one if we felt it was necessary. But this is also pretty big, and I think bigger than the Scout itself, so maybe this would end up being the graphic we use for the... I don't know.
What would you use this graphic for?
This might be the actual Corvette graphic, but...
Yeah, I think it could work, but don't know.
I don't know. I think if we were gonna go for a Corvette, though, like what did you think of this unit that I sent you earlier? I guess maybe it's too small to pick out. That's another concern that I guess I didn't realize until just now is...
Yeah, I still feel like it's like more of a Terran unit, so...
Well, yeah.
Even if recolored.
Correct. I'm pretty sure we could use one of the Five Nations assets for a frigate, or a Corvette, rather. Did I already do the process of that? I'm trying to do a bunch of different things at once here, unfortunately, so keep getting sidetracked. So let me close some shit here, and then I'll finish what I'm doing with the Gorgoleth morph, and then we'll talk a bit more about the rest. Alright, so apiary is 148. What is this? Okay. And the Gorgoleth is 56. Okay. So I'm not sure how exactly I'm supposed to do the construction configuration. See if I can find some stuff here. Okay, so it looks like data rewrite equals unit construction 56, and then the new image entry would be 1020. Holy shit, I forgot Groovy Man 12, by the way, was a real person. Alright. And that's another thing that I was going to do is reference the Cocoon GRP here. So they play frame 15 first, yeah, okay. And then after that, it's fair game, it looks like. So we'll do 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Because that's how many frames we have here. Sig order end, save. Now, I need to take this Cocoon GRP, paste it over here. That's not what I meant to do. We actually need to extract all of this stuff into a vertical. Export selected frames. Cocoon BMP. Pop up in Photoshop. Okay, so now that we have this, we should be able to go and find my graphics, Gorgoleth birth, And this is 140 by 672. So let's do this, 672. I guess we could have omitted the one of the other frames that I didn't touch at all, but that's fine for now. Okay. And that brings us up to 29 frames, I think. And then I will grab this. We'll say 29, 1, desktop, cocoon. Looks like I miscounted there. It's 30 frames. So we should be going down to wait to play frame. Oh, play frame 9. Oh. All right. Looks good to me. Let's close that. Should be able to close that. Delete that. Oh. Okay, so now all I really have to do is I have to find my images.dat file, and I'm going to compare that to the cocoon images entry. Well, I guess I should do guardian birth, and that's okay. So guardian birth is 0 for graphics turns, 111, no draw func, nothing special. Okay. Uses 13 for the GRP ID, and our custom one for the rest. Okay, let's close that. And save images txt. Oh yes, and then we have to use the latest version of the A's plugin. Hello? Firegraft is a little sleepy today, apparently. Guardian Birth and Guardian Birth in it. I know why that is, because I didn't change this to Gorgoleth. Okay. Close that. Uh-huh. I don't know about that one. Looks like we may have fucked something up. I was pretty sure I saved the changes to this file, but I clearly did not. I don't think that's where the crash came from, though. I'm worried that somehow it's the Cocoon GRP breaking. Oh, maybe it was the button. Oh, I guess we have the wrong one set over there or something. That is an interesting lack of animation. I don't know what the fuck happened there. If I take a look at the ice script, maybe that will shed some light, but I don't think so. Play frame 15. Oh. I wonder. Well, I still don't know if that's accurate as far as why there was an issue about. Everybody has said they look like a flying Ultralisk. Must be true. Still seems to be happening that way for some reason. Not really sure why. So it's not fucking up for anybody else. Well, I guess am I sure that I added it? Yeah, scripts. Well, I guess the next step is to look at the graphic itself, see if there's something messed up. You know? It does not look like it. It looks like 15, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Those are the frames that I have here. So why would there be an issue? Maybe I forgot to... It would be embarrassing, but typical if I just forgot to import the updated graphic. Yep, it looks like it. Check that out. It's a little rough, but it's better than nothing. Way better than using the Guardian one and then them morphing into it. So, looks like your stuff works, Icor. Thank you very much for your help. I appreciate it. I guess I can hop into... Firegraft and disable a few buttons that I don't want people messing around with. Which would be the... Remove this. Stargate. I guess it should be Corsair. Yeah, I don't really work too much on A's now. You told me that all of our hooks should be going into GPTP, and it's definitely much easier to use that, so... Yeah, well, like I said, I'm going to convert it into something that will, like, observer upgrades will be moved to the robotics facility, I think, and the observatory itself will be renamed and probably have a new graphic. which will be handling warp relay upgrades, probably Clarion upgrades, and some other stuff. And will probably be the tech requirement for the Authority. Well, Veeq, I've already made it so that they benefit. They get +2 damage per melee upgrade, which means they deal more flat damage than Zerglings given equal upgrades. It's just that obviously they don't have the same attack speed. I think that's fine. That will naturally push them in the right direction. I mean, if you don't upgrade SCV like infantry armor and as Terran, and you get your SCV line Broodlinged, and they've got like 2-3 upgrades, they're gonna chew through your shit like nobody's business if you're not careful. I mean, I could see dropping their cooldown a little bit, but not as an upgrade. I think it would just be a small buff in their base stats. But even then, I want to see how incubators and so on and so forth actually. I want to see how all these changes play out before I tweak the balance of the unit itself. Well, no, they share the Broodling death timer of the original Broodling that made them, so they can only go for so long. I think it's fine for Broodlings to be this tier 2 thing, you know? If you move them away from the queen, then the queen needs something else to make it interesting. I mean, right now it's all based around Broodlings. With the parasite changes, it'll be even more based around Broodlings. I don't think it's necessary for them to be early on. What? Wow. That's not at all what I was going for there. What do you mean plague is a queen sound? Oh, like it's at first it is like the sound itself starts with ZQU or whatever. Yeah, the sound itself. Does it? You're talking about the file name or what? I don't know. I haven't looked at it. Gunboat frigate leaving there. I don't know if making it deal concussive damage makes sense because the Corsair is already an answer to stat like Mutalisk Air, like Mutalisks and Wraiths. And now you would use Corsairs for AOE. The Aurora being dealing concussive damage kind of feels too niche in that sense. Oh, I didn't know that that's actually what it did. I thought it was just a damage field. I mean, I guess all this does is make it so that it deals full damage to Mutas, Scourge, and stuff. I mean, they're a hit scan target. Like, these guys will shred Scourge, for example. We make it explosive, then it's not really that big of a deal for... I guess explosive wouldn't actually be that big of a deal, honestly, but normal would be... I mean, it wouldn't fix the problem of overlapping with the Corsair, so... I guess Corsairs are still much better at dedicated like crowd control, and Disruption Web will still be useful pretty well, pretty much. So, yeah, I don't know. check the stats of the Corsair. All right, well, we've got that sorted. Gonna go ahead and build the... I'm building in the wrong profile, but that's fine. That's easy to fix. After this is taken care of, I'm gonna verify that incubators works. I'm gonna get the graphic processed for the Panoptus. Honestly, I don't know, man. My fear is that the unit, the Aurora, is such a different unit that I don't actually think we will have the opportunity to make it happen, to be honest. In fact, I'm almost, really? What the fuck is happening, dude? Amazing. TBH. Guess I shouldn't start to build immediately after starting the program. I don't know why, but you know. Anyway, I forget where I was going with that. Well, it's a harassment ability. It's not really meant to be used for, if you're going to be using something in the middle of battle, you would use Parasite, not Broodling. Like the updated Parasite that I pitched, where you spot your enemies killed by parasited units, create 2 broodlings, or a broodling for every supply cost the unit is. So I guess that means that it'd have to be 2 broodlings for every supply cost, or else zerglings wouldn't give any. So, and then you'd have to like create some special rules for overlords, where it's like broodlings, like they would have to be like 2 broodling, or a broodling for every supply provided or something, so you get 8 broodlings. I don't know. Yeah, well then it's the direct damage that you talked about. That's the use it has in straightforward combat. But otherwise, queens are much more like a harassment unit now. You would use broodlings on mineral lines, and then in conjunction with incubators and some melee attack upgrades, you'd have some serious, displacement, right? What do you mean, why? If you're looking for story framing, parasited unit, there's some organism that attaches itself to all projectiles or attacks. I don't fucking know. Why would it spawn broodlings to throw a projectile at them in the first place? You want to start asking why. But I don't know if that's the reason, the framing behind your question or not. So. Why is this still... Oh, I see. It actually did work. Just doesn't tell me that it worked for some reason. Well, the thing is, I mean, if you have select 2 queens and cast them on a tank, you will get 2 casts off because it takes 2 casts to kill it. So I think people just need to adapt to that new rule, and then things will be fine. If you want my 2 cents on the matter. Um, 5:30. Why? Wait, what? I don't think that's true at all. It seems like maybe something is busted with the impact. It's only dealing damage every second hit. So you broke something in GPTP, I think. Maybe iQueer did then, I don't know. Somehow the damage is not going through correctly, though. It's supposed to ignore armor, but it's acting as if it's independent. I didn't make any of this. iQueer had to make this code because it was ignoring shields and killing the unit anyway. Oh. Right. So where should I put the check for that? Should it be over here? Well, if you want to fix that real quick, then that would be great. Unless you want to tell me where to put the check here. Because it looks like the reason why I'm not sure immediately is because this is checking for like damage equals shields. I guess I should wrap this whole thing in an if. Something like if target. What is it? ID. I don't even know how you would do it. Yeah, shields is a local variable from get unit shields or something. Oh no, it says it right here. If unit stat shields enabled target ID, then shields equals target shields, otherwise shields equals 0. So it should be fine. So, right. It's the right building. I mean, it's the right unit ID or weapon ID rather. So that's not the issue. I don't see any comment in either unit speed or weapon cooldown. Unless you... No, I don't... Maybe you didn't push your changes or something? I didn't even know there was Kaiser Rampage code in weapon damage. Would this be fine? I know it's kind of ugly. Wait, what? Oh, there's already something like this. It's called Get Current Life in game. Apparently. Right here. So... What is the prefix of this? C unit? So, oh yeah, I have to do target, something like this. Alright, so where were we just now for... I wonder why Icor didn't use the Broodling thing here. No, I didn't. You forgot to wait for YouTube. I don't know. I'm not sure what would be missing from this. But all of them should take damage. Clearly they don't. And it only happens once every time for some reason. Well, I don't really see the unsafe aspect of this. I mean, this is like a little bit more streamlined to read and consistent, but it didn't actually fix anything. I'm pretty sure. I can try. I don't think it has anything to do with it, though. I wonder how long it's been broken, if it has been broken for any degree of time. Yeah, this is still busted. Right, yeah, now it's just got that weird thing where it doesn't... Are we sure that we didn't fuck with damage HP by some... Do you remember how, like, we had something there that would set damage to 1 or something like that if we were messing around with it, I think in weapon damage itself? Is there a chance that we screwed something? I know we reverted it in C unit, but did we mess around with it anywhere else? I think we did some sort of yeah, you like to-do'd a workaround thing that you didn't want. Oh wait, I was building in Deliverance again instead of Hydra for some reason. So I don't actually know if anything got changed. Well, now they're dealing 1,000,000 damage for some reason. Oh, Paladin doesn't actually have stats. Now it's killing the target no matter what, so that's pretty stupid. I wonder if maybe we don't need to multiply it by 256 now that we've used that method. Maybe that has something to do with it. Well, we're thinking on the same wavelength. Yeah. Left shift or whatever. Alright, well, now we're back to where we were. So, it didn't fix anything, but we didn't break anything, seemingly. Is there no damage shields first or something? Oh, inflict damage. How come we can't do inflict damage? This looks like the function we're supposed to be calling. What is the condition for the damage? There is no condition for it. It always fires. Well, I guess if it's not a hallucination? Oh, no, that's outside of it. So it always fires in the function. What? Why it tried to autocomplete my shit is anybody's guess. I don't even know if we need this line either. Well, I guess we need to pass damage or something. Wait, do we? What even is this? Inflict damage. So it takes damage. It takes attacker, attacking player, notify, shield overlay, and direction. What did damage HP? I guess we pass a null to the attacker or something. Oh. So I guess all this shit is by itself, but like it's attacking player, notify, and then shield overlay and direction are. Should we just do 0 for these or what? Maybe this should be like target shield overlay or something. There's no option for me to pick it. Yeah, it's defaulted to false in this. The shield overlay function, both direction and shield overlay are defaulted to false, I think, or something. Oh, no, never mind. Notify and shield overlay are the difference. As you can see, bool notify equals true, bool shield overlay equals false, int direction equals 0. So attacking player equals -1 by default. I'm not sure we need anything here. I think we can just leave it the way Iquare put it for the original function, which was null and -1. I'm not sure if this will work, but we'll give it a shot. Yeah, it still does the same thing. So it is something, I think it's something to do with damage HP itself. So if they do have shields, the damage gets processed correctly, but if they don't, it does not get processed correctly. Well, we know it can't be bugged because we've been calling it for every fucking damage possible, so... Like, as you can see, everything else seems to work just fine. Yeah, the damage value is fine, but something is not applying it. Something is not applying it unless it hits twice. No idea where that comes from or why. It seems to damage them just fine. As far as, that's concerned. Like, you don't need multiple casts on that, on a Hierophant to get it to... Yeah, that seems to work fine. So looking at this function, then, what should we be looking to debug exactly? It looks like it's this line right here where it's writing a value of 128 or half of a damage point to the unit, or to the damage. What was the way to check it again? Oh. I'm not sure if I can do this ID. Well, I guess I can because they do this shield, so. Yeah, that's a bad habit from Rust that I gotta get rid of. So this is what was not checking properly then. No, I guess Iquare must have written all that hard code and bypassed the inflict damage thing because of that, and, you know, he just didn't look at this, I guess. I don't know. All an assumption. I don't really know what I'm talking about, but... Okay. It seems like we got it going on here. Just in case you thought Broodlings were weak, that's them unupgraded. I think a single tank would die to 4 of them, so just saying. All right, it seems like we actually have it fixed, so that's really exciting. Well, I like the duality of spawning more broodlings if you kill it than if you just damage it. It rewards like intelligent targeting and stuff, but I think if we want to, once the parasite changes come into play, we're probably going to need to come up with a completely different system, I think. Like a completely different other spell, Spawn Broodling by itself will probably not be that interesting, and maybe we could work Infestation into it more instead. Listen, it'll happen. Just give it time. All right, so with that fixed, it's now a proper time, I think, to I guess I'll mark this as not yet implemented, just because for whatever reason we're not 100% sure. Okay. What else did we need to do in here? I forget. I think you're very underestimating. You're heavily underestimating what's going on with it. TBH. Oh no, he's using target hit points. Wait, why does he have two nested ones? Hello? Well, we haven't even tested it yet, dude. You're putting a huge amount of pressure on the idea that it needs to be much stronger than it is, and we don't even know what it's like. So, again, I would encourage you to hold your horses. I should have used the rename function. Should only be 1 in max energy, but it might not even be there. Yeah. Oh dear. Hardly a real test, don't you agree? Listen, when you've got like 40 of them in your mineral line, I'm going to remember all the times that you said that it was too weak and needed to be buffed. Anyway, the reason why I just realized too, the reason why we can't use the scout graphic for the for the Aurora is because it's not a scout, and people are going to look at that and say, "Hey, that's a scout." I don't know why it took me a while, but that's a really obvious reason we can't use it. Yeah. I guess I removed my dummy begin by accident. Oh, and we're gonna need 4 entries. We have I don't know why you would say maybe at this point. Oh. Okay. That might be fine then. Oh yeah, I guess we should test the Kaiser Rampage upgrade. I actually don't think I've seen the Kaiser Rampage upgrade work with attack speed. I'm pretty sure it will now with Ace, so. I don't think it works because of the animation delay. Wait, what? He's actually getting yeah, that's fucked somehow. Do you know why it would be applying every single time, or? I don't think that has any functional difference. But if that looks better for you. Yeah, he's getting it every single time the Though I don't know why we're checking this in here. Wouldn't it be better to put it in here? Yeah, why don't we just check for the target being killed like we do with the Broodling one? I don't understand. Oh. I must have missed that. Well, we should probably do that for all of these, right? I'm getting a warning for dereferencing it over here. It would never happen in this case because it's a hit scan weapon, but I know what you mean. Well, let me just test to see if the issue is resolved. All right. Oops. All right. Looks like we're good. I'm trying to think if there was some other junk I needed to take care of. I don't think so, though. I think I'm good for GPTP, and now I just need to set up the... I need to finish setting up the Aurora and the Panoptus. No. What do you mean? I'm not reopening it right now, so you're going to have to be specific about what that line actually is. But if you're talking about the Ultralisk attack speed, it's limited by its iScript, so... I know it works. It just doesn't work. It's not that noticeable. We basically need to reduce the delay in the Ultralisk iScript, probably modify its weapon as well. It's just like some unit testing to get it properly taken care of. It's like Kerrigan's attack. Infested Kerrigan's attack animation is very similar. When I sped it up for Nemesis Omega so that infested zealots could attack much faster, it was very obvious. Like, the animation was what was limiting them. And I guess I could go into Ultralisk attack. As you can see, they have a pretty long wait here. And then they attack melee. So I think we should probably just... put the no break code end here or something. I'm not sure if that would even accomplish anything. Actually, why don't we do it this way? We'll drop the... We'll make it so that they attack faster, snappier. And then we can drop this. We'll try that as a change. I'm just not sure if the attack speed will actually be modified or how that will work out exactly. Let's close this for now. Hope my fucking headache goes away soon, man. This is intolerable. Yeah, whatever. This is fine, I guess. We might have to up their base attack speed a little bit. Or cooldown, but... Maybe I'd like a single weight 2 in the middle of it or something. Yeah, you can see it definitely works now. Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. So in here, I guess what we could do is we could do something like this. I'll try that change and see. I mean, we know now that the iScript was, like, we confirmed for sure that it's... That was the source. I feel like that's much better. Let's just make sure that he looks good in with the Rampage. What's up, Don? Distant idiot noises. What the? You've been listening in on my brother and I's conversations or something? What's going on here? Yeah, I think his base cooldown needs to go up a little bit. Not by a huge amount. We'll test that. I think maybe put a weight 1 at the end. The weight 1 instead of a weight 2 at the end shouldn't matter too much because there's another weight 1 right after. So it's effectively weight 2 if he's jumping back up to attack. So it was weight 3 before now, basically. Is what that means. Been eating corn. All right there. Yeah, it's supposed to be starting pretty soon. I mean, it is even 3:33 p.m., but I have to implement a new Protoss unit, and then we'll be good to go. Hopefully it won't take me too long. All right, so now I feel like I increased it by too much. So we'll try just a 1.1 instead of 1.2. I just imported that incorrectly, and it was the wrong file, so that was it. Wow, everything is going to shit today. As far as I mean, we fixed some bugs, at least there's that. I don't know if it's all the bugs. I would imagine not. Like all the undiscovered bugs, but maybe. It's just the unit graphic itself that I've got to select. I'm not sure. His base his base attack speed still goes down a little bit. So I'm not sure. I'll keep it the way it is for now, but I'm not sure how it'll work out. Oh yeah, let me test out the Panoptus as well. Pretty epic. Okay. Oh shit, I just realized. Oh yeah, they probably will. I don't really care about that though. I mean, maybe if I can find a catchier name than Panoptus, it might catch on a bit more. But I just realized I haven't added Gorgoleth AI support either. So Veeq, if you want something to do right now, you can hop into the Zerg ASC3 file, the Hydra Melee Zerg ASC3 file. You can I guess you would have to manually add the Gorgoleth upgrades. I don't think I left them commented out or anything. Let me take a look. Maybe I did, actually. Make sure to use your Zerg melee AI, because or the one from the repo, because I have not actually. I don't actually have that here. Oh, never mind. I guess I'll take care of it. Hold on. Because I actually made this pretty easy on myself, so. Oh yeah, I even have Attack Gorgoleth in here. I forgot about that. So I actually do have it in here. It's fine. Yeah, it's too late for that. I already fixed it. Did I define max Gorgoleth? Yeah, I did. Dude, we're gonna see Gorgs. Check it out. Although I have to def build GG them too. Wait, do I? Oh, I added it for general, but not for anybody else. It's weird. So I don't think there's anything that actually. The thing is, I don't think there's anything that explicitly requests Gorgoleth apiaries in the early game, so you would really only see them on occasion, like in the super late game. But maybe that's okay. I don't know. So what build did you update not so long ago? I think you left it in the commit thing, which was pretty nice. Corrected build orders for 3 hatch Hydra. Okay, so that's done. And then there was one for Protoss that you did. It was 3 gate goon. Okay. Yeah, I just did it now. So give me a sec to add the AI. Oh, and a Gorg. Wait, the fuck? Oh yeah, that makes sense. Essence drain. Oh, and I think it was Tech 35. Okay. 3K zealots because priorities are fuck, yeah. Yeah, I haven't done a huge amount of like QAing or testing a lot of the melee builds. It's something I obviously meant to do, but when you're doing so much shit and it's as finicky as it is, like maybe I did test it and I was like, okay, it seems to be working in this one case or this few cases. There's so many different builds I had tested. So I appreciate you picking up my slack in that department. It's definitely helpful. So now I just need to go into PyMS Veeq, utils, unit def, Hydra. I mean, this is me going off of memory. I should probably check the Hydra tech data, entry 35, to make sure. Okay, it looks like it. Nice. All right. All that so that I could then tell the AI to get that ability, and they will not use it as far as I understand. Well, I guess I could do idle orders for that, now that I think about it. What I forget what order it actually was though, is the problem. Maybe if I have the PyDat in my face, I might be able to figure it out. It should have the weapon linked to it. And maybe even the tech, actually. I go to tech, 35. 154, 0, 1. Gorgoleth. Well, I guess it can be like 2 Gorgoleth. I think you can have duplicate declaration. Well, no, actually, I don't think you can. I don't remember. I mean, I think it gave me issues if I tried to use the one that was lower in the file. It would say, like, not found or something. But I'm not sure. Maybe I just won't change it in unit def. And because when we're not going to be working with Brewport for that much longer, so. I feel like that should be good. I'm not sure if it'll even work, but. Oh, yeah, and then right. And then I guess I should add like a self energy less than %75 or something so that they're prioritizing attacking if they have Something to that effect. That should work. And then I guess I should also add another case. HP. Yeah, and self. Well, maybe that'll work. I don't know. I'll lower the range a little bit too. Oops. So there was something else I was supposed to be doing. Oh yeah, that new unit. I think just because at this point I'm so fucking I'm holding everything back. I'm late, you know. I think at this point I just need to throw some unit in there, so I'll use that shitty this thing. And we'll have to deal with it. This might actually be too small by itself, to be honest. Oh yeah, I need to look at images ext. So images ext for the Panoptus shadow is 1024. So we'll do this 1023. ISID is just going to be 419. Over here we'll have 418. All right. So we've done this. 1024, 42. What is the entry for? All right, 1022. And this is 1021. SID 418. 8. 9. Wait. Oh, I never added it, I guess. Thought I had. Panoptus meat is well, it's I think if you spell it with one different letter instead of U, I think it's an O or an E or something. It's actually a Greek god, or it's a name of a Greek god, which means all-seeing. So it's like playing on the sight aspect of it, similar to like the scout was supposed to be a scout. It sees stuff, you know what I mean? But that's sure I'll come up with a better name in the future. Anyway, this is 954 and 955. Well, I think that's everything that we need. I do need to get the right sound file, though. And... Blast Gun 2. Is 66. All right, let's try it here. See how many fuck-ups we have. Oh. What? Oh, never mind. That actually should have happened because I opened it in the wrong folder. But I think I did this correctly, so let me try opening this again. And yeah, sure enough, they are here. Hydra, Protoss, Aurora, Hydra, Protoss, Panoptus. Oh, there is no Gorgoleth birth GRP. I should delete that. So that gives us 953 and 954 in images ext. And presumably, if I scroll through here and find this and delete it. Oh, maybe I didn't even update that one either. That also could have played a role. Something happened there. Not quite sure what. Oh, I forgot to give them the updated image IDs. That would be it. So what is it? 1021 and 1023. And I should check Scout 234.7. This can be 28, I guess. Let me just make sure. Yeah, okay. Oh, the engine almost fits. All right, so these guys seem good. Yeah, I know. With any luck, we'll find something better later. For whatever reason, it seems like nobody's made a slimmer craft than the Corsair and Scout. But anyway, let me just make sure you can actually train them. Okay. They're in the wrong spot on the command card, but I can fix that relatively easily. And then I just need to add a string for training them. So this will be 1132. Yep. It's so I made it. Oh, R is Corsair now. I could change the arbiter to B, I guess. What do you... No, I'm not... I disabled the Stargate morph because exemplars are allegedly the source of some really obscure bugs, so... Oh, I don't even know if I just saved that. That'll be pretty annoying if I pranked myself there. No. I guess for now I can use the observer icon. All right. Wait, hold on. What I actually meant to do is click on the Stargate command card. Okay. ARS CB. Yeah, that seems reasonable. I'm already a half an hour late at this point, so I'm not sure that I should be doing that. I mean, if you want to do the changes and all that, like, I'm down to do that after Fraud Night, or well, I guess I'll be busy after Fraud Night. But if you want to do those soon, sure. But I don't think I can do it right now. 11:30, 11:31. Okay. I think that was the last thing. Well, all the GPTP changes I did are pushed, so if you wanna, you are more than welcome to. Well, I've pushed an update, but if I don't know how long you're going to be on the parasite changes. I got to use the bathroom, so I guess if you can finish it in that small amount of time, which may turn into a large amount of time depending on how long my visit is into the bathroom, maybe we can get somewhere. But... Okay. I shall return in about 15 minutes for Fraud Night. Stay tuned. See you then.